Are we Gucci? I don't even know. Are we Gucci or not? Or not? Are we Gucci? Okay, cool. Cool. I don't know how long this is gonna be. I'm so goddamn exhausted right now. Like, I fell asleep making my dinner. I was literally waiting for it to cook. Just fell asleep. I don't know if we're long for life on this one. But we'll get it going for now. Kind of play it by ear from there. Cool. Where do we get off? Oh, we're starting to like do this, right? I think. It was around here, right? After like we tried to like reclaim this. Ding ding. Where was the VWAP? Cause yeah, I was gonna say like we ended up getting like we talked about this short like in the juice box, right? I also talked about this long. Like if you took this, like you would have got filled with like your stop loss break even, right? Ended up blowing down through, but yeah. In terms of the ETH trade, I mean, I'll load in a sec actually. That shouldn't go with the exchange open. But TLDR, like I closed like a good amount of the short not too long ago. Show to the math. Also, does anybody watch the tech lead? Like, Zim hears that guy have like AI YouTube videos. Pretty interesting. Oh yeah, I need to fix this. Interesting. Oh yeah, this alarm shit. Dev, hello. Hello, Dev. How are you? The levels. I'm well, how are you? Tired. Tired. Long week. No sleep. It's one of our last streams, right? Feels bad. I think tomorrow's gonna be the last stream for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Actually, that's not true. That's not true, actually. That is not true. Not confirmed, we'll say that. Because I got a monitor to have at home. I got like another like 57-inch. So it should be easier to set up on the laptop from there. Although I don't know if I'm gonna be doing like 4-hour streams every day. It's probably gonna be like just kind of me doing like an in-depth juice box YouTube video type thing and going on with my day. Snap, you're going to Toronto, right? Yeah, yeah, I am. Gotta see the dentist. Amongst like other things with my family. Mm, mm, mm. Plus, I also don't even know. Like the thing is, I have to see the dentist, but it's like I'm supposed to be getting an implant, but it's like the procedure before he's like, doing like an analysis of it, like a consultation essentially. So I'm not sure how soon after that they actually do the thing. Hopefully soon, because I've been waiting like months for this. I was supposed to have this done like in like April or something or May. Hi Harris, hello. Hello Harris. Just annoying, right? Just an annoying thing to have to deal with overall. Plus, I was like reading into like implants. Man, I'm starting to get paranoid. I'm starting to get paranoid of getting an implant. I went down the dental implant rabbit hole and did not like what I found. Like essentially, your gum line is like one of the main entry points for things into your like body, right? And I don't know how true this is, but like allegedly, there's like negative long-term effects with having like that piece of metal in your mouth coming into contact with your blood, because like over very obviously it's like very slow, but like mm, particles of the metal get into your blood essentially, right, over time. What material metal is it? I'm not sure. I don't recall now. I think it's just like steel, right? Titanium. We need iron, magnesium, certain other metals to survive. hard to say though. Is like I don't know. The science on this is like there are a lot of things that people say that these implants allegedly cause, but there haven't been like definitive studies done on it to like confirm or deny. I wish I could see that dentist. Honestly, I really wish I could see that dentist. Send me the study. I want to see his paper. No, just like me looking around. Like, how did it start? Like, you know, when you look something up and all of a sudden you start to see results of that, like, in like your like social medias and whatnot. I started to see things about like dental implants showing up on my Twitter feed randomly, and then I started like look more and more, and then I started like asking like ChatGPT about it and whatnot. You have money to my brother did. They put caps on all his teeth. Oh, you mean what is the word for that? I can't even remember now. I'm so tired. Hmm. Veneers. That's what it is. Veneers. They shave your teeth down to perfect nubs and put the fake teeth on top. Yeah, I've seen it. Boom, boom, boom. But like essentially, it's a bit like you try to preserve your actual teeth if you can. It's a bit unnatural depending on how it is because it's perfect. Yeah, some people it's like pretty noticeable. And also depending on how you get them, like the quality could be a bit odd. Like I knew a girl that got them. I don't even know how this girl. She got like everything. Like you should go down the list of like she went to Turkey and got like every procedure possible. Like liposuction, like butt lift, like veneers, blah 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 blah. Right down the fucking list. mm. But like if you were to look at them in the light, you could like kind of notice that like they're a bit see through. So you can notice like the stub of the original tooth in the veneer. My brother had no teeth issues ever, so I think he just did that for long-term health. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I've never really considered them honestly, because at the end of the day, to me, it's just like one tooth. So if I don't know if I got like a baseball bat to the mouth and like half my teeth broke, then I'd just be like, yeah, fuck, I'm just gonna get veneers. He's a doctor, so he has lots of money. He make all the highest quality stuff. He got excellent insurance. Yeah, no, I don't. I suspect it's more to do with the veneers she got specifically than veneers in general. So it's like the same as like hair transplants. Like some people go to like crappy places and it like turns out not that well. And they can get veneers for trauma like that. Hmm. True. 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 Probably look at all this data, see what's going on. You know, I'm just pissed at that dentist. That's all I have to say. What to get to a fist fight sometime in your future? No, I wasn't planning on it. Oh yeah, the trades. Where's this thing? I keep a trade journal. I used to. Nowadays, not so much. No. Like today, for example, like let's say, like we talked about this, like taking this long attempt yesterday at this level, right? Like in the juice box. So like, I'm already in a long from lower, so like I've been sitting in the same long for a while at this point. But if I wasn't, then I was trying to like get into a scalp or something. Like I would have been taking this today, for example, right? I would have gotten it, got filled. It would have gone up a bit. Maybe I would have shaved that VWAP depending on where it was, if it even made it to VWAP. Probably not. And then I would have got stopped out break even. Or I probably would have had a tiny profit since I never made it to like the first DP. So there's nothing to really like journal about that, right? It's more so like I journal when I notice I made a mistake about something. Like for instance, like what was the short that we missed? We missed a short earlier this week. What was it? I did the yellow box. Well, fuck, where was it? Oh, this fucking thing. Which didn't end up being a big deal. It ended up coming like back anyways. But like, we should have been in that short for sure. But honestly, a lot of times these days, like whenever, like, there's not much to journal, right? I guess this would be basically just way to summarize it. Just not much to journal. And a lot of the mistakes are usually in regards to like me missing a trade. Like I just wasn't like prepared or didn't set the limit ahead of time. The thing with the journal is that you can put your current thoughts with the market down on paper. It's not changeable. But I know my current thoughts already. I don't wanting to write it down. It's already in my head. Bum, 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 bum. Plus, the other thing is like what you're. Like the relevancy of what my thoughts are versus what's happening and the data is two different things, right? Like for instance, like in the Discord, when we were down here, or was it before I started streaming again? Like I was getting pretty bearish here when we started to like lose this stuff. But I knew what my invalidations were. Like if the Nasdaq stopped lagging and we reclaimed like the green box that we had up here, then like that was wrong, right? It ended up being what happened. I'm not focused on mistakes. I'm more interested in watching your theories evolve over time. True. Like I mean, they do, right? Like the way I'm sure if you go back to like the very first YouTube trading videos, it's not exactly how I trade now. I'm sure that will continue to be true as time passes. Like the general like concepts are the same, but like we're not tracking the same kind of data. Like for instance, like we weren't doing any of this before, for example. Interesting. It's like a 6 hour 3 drives almost. Interesting. It's a little alarming. Oh shit. I'm dead. I'm looking at the 114727 lows getting taken. Yeah, possibly. I don't think we get it over the weekend though. I don't know if we maybe. Like wouldn't be the first time like on the Friday close you just come down and leave some like shit low and then we just kind of fuck around here, or maybe come get some of the highs. Just the thoughts. Yeah. I mean, at the same time, I am journaling. Think about it. Like me streaming is like a extended journal, right? I can go back to any stream at any point in time and see what I was talking about as well. Which I actually do actually. Like, I go back to my own streams a lot of times to like go look back at certain things. So I'm not even trolling. Sometimes I watch back some of the stuff like that I'm talking about on stream, and then like, I end up like learning something from like thinking about what I was saying and like thinking like in a different perspective. Like it's weird. I can't describe it. Bum, bum, bum. It's challenging for me to go watch all your streams, got that information. Time consuming. How bad do you want it, right? But yeah, it is. It is a lot. And usually we do provide like some kind of summary. The thing is, like, there's so much context to everything, right? It's like it's not the condensing things doesn't even like do it justice per se. Like, let's say you enter a trade and it's like a 50-50 guess at the start, and then like one thing makes it like 52-48, and then another thing makes it like 54, and another thing makes it 55, and then one other thing like takes away a point from like the bullish side, so on and so forth. No, so the context matters, right? The context of like where we are in price. Because like there are times where I'll see like bear divs forming like a key level, and like I'm looking to get into the short because all the other edge happening at the same time. And there are times where like that exact same data is forming, but we're like right above like a massive like liquidity box, and like, I'm not doing that. Personally. Theories can change rapidly. They should be, right? They should be. That's why I always find it funny when people are like, oh, like you're flipping your bias. Of fucking course I am. Like shit's changing. What do you think I'm gonna do? Mm-mm-mm. Plus, the other thing is like, at least for trading, like leverage trading, like the further out you speculate, like the more pointless it is, right? At the end of the day, like you're only concerned about like the most immediate levels above and below you, and like what happens from there, like who knows? Just take things level to level. You tell me your theories, that's what. Yeah, somebody help me out. God damn it. Someone help out, yeah, boy. Oh yeah, this is the ETH thing, by the way. Close like what, 75% of it? The short. Also, good thing we didn't close that yesterday, right? When going to bed, just decided to leave it open. We literally would have round trip the entire fucking thing. I would be punching the air right now. Punching the air. Thing is, I don't even know if it was the right idea to even shave, because like, I don't know if we're done going lower, right? It doesn't seem like it. Especially with all this shit like right here. Just exposing myself to Bitcoin trading, technical analysis. I fear my input be a little ATU. Not necessarily. Like let's suppose that you say like, well, whatever. I can like debate you about it, right? So and like through that, like you learn something, or like I do too, right? Maybe I consider something I haven't thought of. Well, we're on the same page, right? We're on the same page. We're hive minding. haven't done any scalping or swing trades or paper trading account or prop firm. How do I feel about prop firm accounts? Limit risk. If you don't have money to trade with, like, they're good, but if not, then you're just literally giving away gains for no reason. No point in using them. Like, I don't know what the standard number is because I can never use them. I think I don't know about them. When I first started trading, I didn't even know they existed. Unfortunately, because I probably would have made use of them, especially like knowing some of the loopholes that were around then. I would definitely been using them just for the lulls, really for the lulls. But I've seen the 10% number thrown around a lot. That they take 10% of your earnings, which that's a lot. That's a lot, right? After you account for tax and then 10%, like it's a lot. So you definitely don't want to be doing that if you don't need to. If you blow up a prop firm account, you only lose your deposit. No, that should never be like, the first issue with your statement is if you blow up an account. You should never be blowing up an account in the first place. Sort of red flag number one. But yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose that is true. If you blow your account, you only lose your deposit. Probably detrimental to most people. They probably have that exact same mindset, right? So when I lost money, I lost my fucking money. So boy, I was pissed. I was not fucking around when trading. Well, knowing that, you can blow up an account. That's like a terrible way to look at it. That's a terrible way to look at it. So what you're describing is exactly why like 90% of people don't make it trading, right? You're just setting yourself up for failure. Let me put this away and yap a bit about this. What you're describing is just building shit trading habits, right? Making money is not hard. Making money trading is not hard. Problem is keeping it. That's where everyone fucks it up, right? It's this tale as old as time, right? Someone starts trading, and that's their account P&L, never to recover. Either starts like this or it's just down only. And like doing that, just, like gambling and whatnot, just reinforcing shit habits. You think that your account going up is like means you're a good trader. It's not. The math is gonna get you. It gets everybody. It always does. If you know what you're doing, you're gonna get got over time. And you don't know how to manage risk properly. You're oversizing your trades. It's gonna happen quick, right? You put 5% of your account in one trade, you lose it, then you're like, fuck it, I'm putting 10 in the next percent trade. You lost 2 trades, 15% of your account got nuked in a day. And you see it all the time. I laugh every time because I have no sympathy, absolutely no sympathy for these people, right? they never deserved it in the first place. Also making a mockery out of our profession, right? Just want to debate me? Yeah, why wouldn't I? I don't care. I think I'm gonna like start crying until you shut up or something. Let's say you're a very good trader. Blah blah blah. Sure. You keep it going for a number of months. One day a very large risky situation comes up. FOMC meeting or tariff announcement. Oh, I missed one. You drop 500 for an account, they give you 100k to play with. Trade regularly, you make your 500 back relatively quickly. Blah, blah, blah. You can literally put everything on a red bet and have a massive gain or loss if it blows up. You don't lose anything. I don't think you're allowed to do that. I think like that is what you're describing is literally exactly what I was describing is like one of the loopholes that people used to abuse in prop firms. I think a lot of the rules don't like allow you to do this. Because someone in the chat did this. What was his name? Like Huve, the Huve guy. So he did exactly what you described. He passed the funding on a prop firm test, and the very first trade he like fucking went YOLO with like huge size, and the trade like worked. But then you have to consistently earn those gains. You can't just do one trade. Like the way that the rules were set up on his exchange, you have to have like multiple trades with that kind of returns now to get the payout. So that means he has to repeatedly risk like 80% of his account and get every trade correct, or else doesn't get qualify. So I'm sure they all have similar rules now, because that's what people were doing. That's what I was talking about. It's exactly what people were doing. They passed the funding, and then it was wait for CPI, VPI, or whatever, like FOMC or like labor market data to come out, like the farm payrolls, and just YOLO it. Just go all in. That's the only reason I get a prop firm account. And that shouldn't be the only reason. The whole point is that you can trade with a 100k if you don't have it for a small fee. Which is pretty useful. It's pretty useful, right? Because those people that know how to trade and they just don't have enough money. Even more so if you're someone that's from like a country where your currency is like worth way less and you're getting paid like way less on average than we do. That money goes like way further for them. It's like a dream to have $100,000 to trade with. Just bad habits, right? It's a lot of people like I'd be willing to bet if you pulled like all the people that trade prop firm accounts, probably a ton of them have like that mindset. Or whatever, if I blow the account, it's just a deposit. Good luck. Good luck ranking up with that mindset. You're not gonna get very far if you do, if at all. You know what's funny is that like most people consider like my progress in trading like pretty quick, and I attribute it to getting extremely pissed off losing. And it's funny because like the guy that I know in Toronto who like is trading as well started at the same time. I mean, he's the exact same fucking mindset as me too. Just mega fucking rager, mega rager. And I wouldn't be surprised if most traders that are like pretty decently ranked are all the same way. And in my opinion, you kind of have to be, right? Like this game's like very punishing. You can do like 50 trades in a row, like everything perfectly executed, blah blah blah, and then like the one trade you fuck up just undoes everything. Bum, 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 bum. Speaking of prop firms, though, shout out to what's his face, like Trader Main or whatever. I think their prop firm got like bought out by Kraken or something. It's been a pretty massive deal. I'm curious actually to see how much that was that they got. Probably not even publicly disclosed. Yeah. I would love that. I would love to run a prop firm. Do you know how much data they're getting? Can you imagine how much data they're farming off these people? Unbelievable. Hey, not only are you getting data on unprofitable traders, but then you're getting data on profitable traders too. Pretty insane. Pretty insane to be honest. Yeah, I'm convinced that has to be like one of the biggest edge data sets you can use by far, by far. by far. Like, let's just think about this, right? Just think about how overpowered that data set is. OP. You have like mm, this group of profitable traders, and you're tracking all of them, and you have this group of unprofitable traders, and you're tracking them, and these ones are wrong like 70% of the time, and these ones are right like 70% of the time. And I'll imagine like prices approaching some level, and all these people are getting into longs as all these people are getting into shorts. Hmm? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Prop trading, that's gonna be nice to own all the traders in one building. Yeah, you know, I actually consider wanting to join like SMB Capital, or attempt to, like kind of like send like an application kind of thing. Because it does seem like a cool environment to be in for like a year or two, right? Just a bunch of people that are like nerding out trading hardcore with like a bunch of like experienced professionals. Thing is, I don't like they're like so scalp intensive. I'm just not like. Um, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't think it's the most effective way to trade, to be honest. But I understand that. I understand the logic. 'Cause at the end of the day, like when you enter the trade, like you're doing it based on the data instantly in that moment, and every second that goes on from there, like your edge that you had at the time is like less and less irrelevant. And they cater to all trading styles. I'm not sure because I watched their YouTube. I mean, from what they talk about on YouTube, it's always like scalping related. But I think you're right though. I think they do because like I have seen them talking about like other like larger time frame positions and whatnot. A lot of reviews calling them a scam. What do you mean a scam? I don't know about that. Well, you know, also interesting data point I heard in one of their interviews. The most profitable trade setups that they have in their entire firm is like high time frame breakouts. Just market smashing the breakout on like a high time frame breakout attempt. Interesting data point. Hello, Ka. How are you? This beautiful Friday evening. Bum, 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 bum. The thing about that though also is I don't know how I'm not sure how useful it would be to be there either. It seems like most of like the fundamental concepts like we're like it's on the same page, right? I think the same way about things. Probably more to like kind of learn like random in-house edge they have that's like not known to the public. And at that point, it's like I'm already doing that myself anyway. So do I care to go do theirs? Not really. Maybe something I haven't thought though. Doing just fabulous. How are you? I'm doing fabulous as well. Just hanging out, talking a bit about this trading stuff. While you look at these charts. post FOMC, post quad witching. What a week though, right? What a week. What's the trade here? Currently nothing. Like, I mean, I'm in trades from, like, I'm in shorts from higher and longs from lower, but right now I wouldn't be, too keen on entertaining a trade right now. Like, maybe you're taking, like, a short here. If this does, like, another bid up. For various different reasons. Actually, let's look at the rest of the data first. The thing is, you kind of missed the ideal short entries at this point. We can look at other stuff though, right? We can look at other stuff. Okay, I'll just trade the Bitcoin. I like those V profiles, cool colors. These aren't volume. Like, this is the volume one, and this is like time. It's tracking time spent. If you want to know more about that, you can kind of read about time, price, opportunity. That's what it's called, TPO. You can go read this book if you want to do a real nerd out. It's like a whole book based on this thing. But essentially, it's like a way to kind of just track like value, where value is being built, like not actually looking at the price itself. And then you're watching how price interacts around these areas where value is being built. Also, like, there's like statistical applications of this, like the whole like value area high, value area low thing, it's like the same way as the volume profiles are. What's the book called? This is the thing I wrote on the screen. Markets in Profile. There's also like two newer versions. What are they called? I think like one's like something momentum. We'll just put all three on the screen. So this is the first, the original. Then it was this. Then it's this. I've not read the last one, so it could just come out this year. So I'm not sure what's in there, but the second one was pretty similar to the first. It was like mostly overlap with like a few new things. So I'd imagine the third one's probably similar to that. We should read it though. It's on my to-do list. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Bum, 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 bum. Plus, also like a bunch of just videos online. I mean, I guess you have to kind of be able to make sense of the videos on YouTube. But there are lots of videos on TPO on YouTube. Who's a good one? I think his name's Lucky Shuri. I just go verify that. Or Luxure. How do you spell this guy's name? I'm not sure this guy actually trades though. So I notice a lot of people on Twitter, right? People are all just like very obviously like hindsight analysts, hindsight analysts. Boom, 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 boom. What time is it? 9:43. I never finished checking all the data. What's going on? Because we do start to go lower here. I need to like do something about this ETH thing. Like add some more to the shorts to close out the long. Just need to get food. I need to get some fruits. I'm hungry. Oh, so I need to stand up. Dalton stuff? Yeah, yeah. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I think the biggest thing about it is just kind of like a objective way of looking at things. Like something you can like form some kind of like system around. Not necessary though. A lot of people don't use it. I think it helps though. I think it helps get some pretty nice, juicy, exact entries. Which is pretty important when you're leverage trading. Mm. Interesting. I'm staying caught up on the open interest. I'm seeing what's going on these exchanges. Mm. Yeah, definitely looking a little suspicious down here. We'll say that. That low's looking real suspicious. Interesting. It's possible to automate your chart analysis. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Maybe. The thing is, like, there's so much that's like not on the charts. On top of what is on the chart. Pretty interesting, actually. I don't know if anybody saw this, but like one of like the biggest quant funds is like moving, pivoting towards like more discretionary trading. D.E. Shaw. I'm sure like down like there'll be like ways to down the road. And the day it's not like some like huge. It's like tremendous body of knowledge. It's like 10, 20 things you need to like know. I'm just thinking about how you would like, go about training something like that though. Because you'd have to be keep tracking every single data point of all your trades. Not only that, but then you'd have to have some kind of like data set to like of bad trades. Interesting thought experiment. To be honest though, like going down that route is like it's so unnecessary. So unnecessary. Like trading algorithmically is like 100 times easier than this. Much easier. You just need to find like things that are like statistical outliers. I'm not saying automated trading. I'm just focused on applying an algorithm to reveal your theories about support, resistance, etc. Basically, an AI that can produce a juice box for you. I'd imagine so, right? I'd imagine so. Because like half of the time, those things are like it's just the same repeating setups or like ideas, right? Like yeah, like the yellow lines will like change spots or like these like the burgundy PD values. Mm. It just wouldn't have like or it would need some kind of like what's it called? It would need the context from like all the other data sources. Might be worth your time to invest in building the platform. Perhaps finding a service can help you build that. Probably not. Why do you think? Why do you think that? Can you reduce your time invested in analyzing the market? I spend no time analyzing the market. Yeah, I can do my TA for like the day in like 10 minutes. Just like wake up, see where everything is, see where we ended up in terms of like the current levels of interest, and to see if like, any new imbalances formed. Boom, up to speed. See how the open interest is looking. Really, 10 minutes. Yeah. Like what has changed since yesterday? We're waiting to see if we flipped like 117 and started going higher, or if this like wedge like 3 drive played out or not. And when we were getting off, like it was already playing out. So either like this thing was gonna hold or didn't. Ever since then, it's just been down only. Nothing has changed from yesterday. Now we're just waiting to see is this bearish retest at the golden pocket, the yellow line, gonna send us lower on the bear divs that are printing everywhere or not? Or are we gonna reclaim it and start to go? Their DTA is done, right? Are we gonna do the value rotation? Even less when like traditional markets are closed, right? Don't need to worry about any of this right now. And until any of that happens, there's nothing to do, right? So the streams are us just watching market, waiting to update our theories. Yeah, yeah, basically. Basically. So we were talking about this yesterday. We were talking about like these lows down here. There's like a bunch of liquidity to grab. So we know that this is like what people are targeting on the short side right now. And in terms of the math, like we've lost like a pretty key level here, right? Like we tried to hold it, the golden pocket, and then lost it and nuked through. So now like it's up to the bulls now, right? Can we reclaim this thing or not? We're not. We're not. Bum, 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 bum. Like the fib is like a distribution, right? Probably pretty poorly drawn. We'll do a better job of that. Like this is like on this move up, like the coming back down, like this is the most likely spot to like be bouncing at for a move back up. So if you don't, then it's like quite telling, right? It's like obviously like a sign of weakness. But this takes time to develop, right? Like watching this, like how many 30-minute candles is this alone? 8 hours worth? 10 hours worth? Same concepts applying to lower time frames though. So like now if you're not in a short, I'm sure some people are going to be fishing for it here, right? And if you're not in a long, you should probably be waiting for like the retest of this, or we do like one of these, like some kind of triple top. So you're probably gonna be trying to get in here or here, or you can wait for like the confirmation, like structure change. You can get in here, or you can get in on this retest. Until any of that happens, there's nothing to do for me. On top of already being in trades. How did the traditional market end up closing it today? Let's take a look at that. Make it sound so easy. Because it is. I'm just trying to tell you guys. Like, how much of a sample set? We've been streaming for like 8 months now, right? It's like, how much of a sample set do you need? I'm fucking falling asleep here trading. The thing is, like, it's not me, right? If you talk to any trader that explains how they trade, like, it's gonna seem simple, right? Because it's just some system that they're following and have repeated over and over and over and fleshed out, like, lower EV portions of it. Like, go on this YouTube channel and you'll see what I mean. Like, let's just go find it. Like, Chart Fanatics, I think it's called. Essentially, it's just taking. Oh, I don't know if every trader on here is vetted. I'll just throw that out there. I don't know. I think they are. But essentially, it's just they're talking about like some strategy they do, and a lot of these people only trade like the one strategy. Don't do anything else. But when you watch them, you're gonna think the same thing every time. Like, oh, that's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. Man, these quantum stocks have been fucking ripping. Holy shit. What's the other one? Like D-Wave? Or something? Same shit. Need to be more mindful of some of this stuff. I'm not traded any of this. I was watching the Omar NBB trader. Writing is awful. I'm not sure which one that is. I haven't watched all of them. I've only seen like 4 or 5. Like I watched the one with this Trader Kane guy. I watched the Fair Value Gap guy. I watched the Tory Trades, the trend lines. This guy's name is not here, but the breakout and retest strategy guy I watched. I think that's it so far. Oh, and the first red day video. The 98% win rate. First red day. Anyways. Boom. You know, I'm constantly confused. I would ask you, confused about what? Also, probably gonna close the ETH long. Probably. If we don't do like one of these, like almost certainly. You use nomenclature that I don't understand. You can just ask, right? Can just ask. I'm gonna get a bowl of fruit though. I'll be back. I need to eat something. Else I'm just gonna sit here starving. But everything with the TA, actually, first of all, if you say that like, nomenclature that you don't understand, you should Google it too, right? You know, nothing here is like a secret or anything like that. But this is like a pretty like obvious level in terms of like confluence. Like it's like a volume level. It's a golden pocket of both. It's a golden pocket of this, and it's a golden pocket of like of this. On top of being the value area low from the TPO, plus like these two volume nodes like right in the middle. So pretty obvious area of interest, right? Going to annoy you with simple questions. I don't know if that's the right way to think of it. NASCAR all out. Good evening, Marcos. Hello, NASCAR. Did you actually watch NASCAR? Is that what you asked yesterday? Because I was thinking about that later in the evening. So I'm not sure how big NASCAR is in the U.S. Like, is it even popular there? If anything, Formula One is like popular here, or more popular. You said 3 short sentences and I have 10 questions. Well, you might as well get started, right? I'll just go for. I would just read the thing in the Discord, right? Like, where are those links? Like, read the auction market theory link, and then read the trading riot technical analysis course, and like that course links to like multiple different like courses. I guess is like the best way to phrase it. If you like read through all of those, you have an idea, some kind of foundation. There's another FSC video you need to see. It was released today. Wild bearded Tesla. What, did it fail again or something? One of these. What was it called? The bullet, or what'd you call it? Something bullet. Let's take a gander. Before that. Okay. Trading Riot, it's the... On the second post, it's the second... You're just control F. Can't you control F in this thing? Is that not a thing? Apparently not. Whatever, under the beginner section. Intro course number 2. Number 1 is the number 1 is the first thing I ever watched. Go trading. Very first day, day 1, first thing I ever watched. Let's get back to this link. Bearded Tesla. Bearded Tesla.
That is not roadkill.
Oh, we drove over that thing.
Oh my god. Are you okay?
Are you okay? I'm okay.
Yeah, it looks like a piece of a transport truck. We hit it.
Can I find you a phone?
Interesting. How random is that? Like, what even is that thing on the floor? What even is that?
Okay? I'm okay.
What is that? It's like a piece of a car or something? They charge 900 for the course? No, they don't. It's an article. It's free. Where'd you end up? Or did it change maybe? Oh wow, the link doesn't work anymore. Did they change it? Oh wow, they did turn it into a paid thing. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting. Is there any free stuff? Well, at the end of the day, like, it wasn't like any particularly like special in here. It was more so it had everything, like most things, like in one place. That's why I put it there. Oh, you can still look at a lot of it actually. Here, go to this page instead. Go to this. And like we're just read through these things, I suppose. Yeah, yeah. It seems like these are most of the things that I was referring to. Let's just update that in the Discord. Where's the edit button? Okay. NASCAR ratings are going down by the year, but every major sport but football seems to be losing viewership. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure actually. Yeah, I think I've heard that as well. Curious why that is. Because I never really watch sports, so I'm not exactly in the know of what's going on in terms of viewership and whatnot. I mean, the humans easily saw something on the road, so wanted to see what FSD would do. Yeah, that definitely. I'm curious if the car thought that thing was like small enough that it would just drive over it without like any issue. I suspect something along those lines because it does look like a pretty low profile object, right?
Kill. Um. Oh my God. Um.
I'm a Tigers fan. I didn't miss an epic collapse. I don't even know what sport you're talking about. Is that football? Baseball? I think it's football, right? Oh, baseball? Detroit Tigers? See, I wasn't kidding. I don't know anything. I don't watch sports at all. Much as baseball. Baseball's like not particularly big in Canada. And like no one like I know. Like, do we even have a high school baseball team? Like maybe. I don't even know we had that. They're in the midst of an epic collapse. It must be playoffs pretty soon, right? Or like have they already begun? They're playing the same team over and over. Is that because it's playoffs, or is that just because like how the scheduling is? 'Cause, like, I know sometimes they do that in the MLB, don't they? Blue Jays are doing well. It seems like they're at the top of the ALE. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, but even like a UFC and whatnot, I don't even watch. No time, no time. Especially when you can just watch the highlights, right? Like I used to do that. Like in the mornings, I would just throw on Sports Center and watch like the highlights, kind of get the TLDR summary. Plus, regular season just isn't that exciting, right? End of the day. Playoffs are much more exciting. Plus, I'm also not one of these like rabid sports fans who like is obsessed with their home team. Plus, no gambling, like no sports gambling, anything like that. I will say though, going to the games is fun, especially the hockey games, and even like the Raptors with the NBA games. There's a lot of like crowd activations going on during the games. Have you guys ever done the center ice puck throw? It's like they go around selling pucks for like $1. And then like during one of the intermissions, like everyone in the arena is throwing their puck, trying, and whoever gets the closest to like the center dot, like wins the prize. It's chaos. There's like hundreds of pucks flying through the air. Book the week in Vegas in January. Book the when Maple Leafs are playing the Golden Knights. Oh, nice. Yeah, aren't the Golden Knights like elite? Aren't they like the best team? Or, like one of the best? Also a sick jersey, right? I fuck with their jersey. Where's the playoffs? Why is this so difficult to find? How do you know which puck is yours? There's like a number on it. Like the ticket. Just look at you go with ticket like I don't know 774. I remember one of the games I went to here. So I don't go that often, but I went to one of the games. And we were playing the Red Wings at the time. And what's it called? Who was it? Well, I don't know, we were playing the Red Wings, and some guy on the Red Wings went fucking ham. They got like 5 goals. Fucking just putting on a clinic. Ross had the biggest green day of the year, making 2. Who's Ross? Who the fuck is Ross? Huge spike pre-market and gave all the gains back after the open. Yeah, I can imagine. So what was the one yesterday? What's the damn ticker? $232K and 4-minute spike. That's quite the move. I don't know how much of a market cap this is though, in terms of your last question. Like how much was behind the move? Because like, if that's what the gains he made, he couldn't have like put that much into this in terms of size. Boom, boom. I don't know, he's bullish, he buys up huge share positions. A percentage of his 3K followers watching his stream buy with him. Leading the lamb to the slaughter. But even then, like, there's no way, right? Cause like the guy that I know doing this, man, that guy's like dwarfs this guy's size. Like he puts that whole 250k in like one order, just market smashing. So like I doubt that this guy is a comparable volume. Especially when like my friend's like one of many, and there's people bigger than that. Like this have to be pretty low cap, whatever stock you're referring to, Zoos. I mean, just look at it. Have to be like very low cap and low float. Oh, this is like another one of these Bitcoin treasuries. We should have honestly just automated this, right? When we were talking about this like 2 weeks ago or whatever. Anytime this news drops, just go like dump like 1% into it. I'm sure people have already beaten us to that, obviously. Previously announced. Something that fact scared me out of it. Yeah, you don't have much time. Like two. I mean, even if you got in here, like, still worth it. Is that even the right one? Interesting. How many companies are going to be doing this? Like, this thing is a little interesting, right? Seems like a bunch of like shit zombie companies are just doing this pivot. I do believe he didn't live stream, it wouldn't hit $9. I'm not sure about that. If it was some like random thing with some random narrative, like more plausible, but like this whole Bitcoin treasury, like crypto treasury, like digital, the whole digital asset treasury thing, everyone's watching it like a hawk. Literally everyone. Because it's the same thing every time, right? Just a massive pump right away. Just get your gains and get out. And let everyone else deal with the aftermath. The news was what drove the volatility. I think in this case it's definitely related to like the digital asset treasuries more than this dude. But I wouldn't doubt other times where like what you're describing is related to him. Assuming he's trading a bunch of size. Or like him and his following are combined. Pierre suggested it wasn't that strong. Yeah, I think like the thing is, I don't know. It's starting to get like played, not played out, but it's becoming diluted, right? Like more people are aware of this, and more people are quicker to get out now. Like, isn't this essentially what was happening in like the past crypto cycle with like alt season, which like random shitcoins just doing the equivalent of this, just like on like 1 day, just pump and come back down, and just never to return. Oh, Ross did look at a stock screener. Volume spike. He's showing the bandwagon. Yeah, a lot of people do that. There's like all kinds of momentum scanners. Like scanners for gappers as well. I saw a pretty cool one the other day. Who was it? I think it was like the Flow Horse on Twitter. It was There's a scanner with a bunch of like rolling VWAPs on different time frames and their standard deviations, and they're tracking like which one's hitting what on what time frame. SMB Capital has a video on it too, actually. I should be more mindful of it too, right? Because like there's days like, at the end of the day, you want to be trading volatility, right? That's like the main thing you want to be trading. Doesn't matter what the chart is. Like the name is irrelevant. We didn't mean to do that, but you know what I'm saying. So like on days like this, like today, or like, let's just say earlier in the week, right? We're kind of just dabbling around here, not doing a whole lot. And there's like other stuff like quantum stocks, for example, they're doing like ridiculous moves. Or like weed stocks or whatever, right? Whatever may happen, the flavor of the day. Plus, the other thing is like you're going to battle, right? Everyone's going to battle together against the algorithms if everyone's trading the same stock. You're all squatting up, putting your money together and just forcing it to go in one direction. Nine to 903. The screener settings 5 times the average daily volume. Yeah, it's basically like these candles, right? It's equivalent of what these candles are doing, but on a higher time frame. It's like multicolored candles, just tracking relative volume. $100K shares can be attributed to Ross Court in his recap. Well, 1/10 the total volume that candle. Everyone must have got wrecked then, right? All of his followers must have gotten wrecked based on your description. Because like if he printed this candle and all of his followers followed him in. Yeet. Whatever, we know this, right? We've already talked about this in the past. Well, like some of these people that you had mentioned previously, they're all doing the same thing. Just wrecking their following. Extracting maximum liquidity from their following. Whatever, they deserve it, right? They deserve it. If you're gonna take the time to learn how to trade and you're just gonna try and just copy somebody and think it's easy mode, you deserve it. Topped out 4 or 5. Maybe. I mean, that doesn't really matter, right? Who cares? It's like, let's say that was true or not true. Either way, it's like, who cares? It's like an irrelevant point. No takeaway. It'd be smart to short after he exits. Possibly. The thing is, this thing could have done like kind of thing. If that is true though, it's less about technical analysis and more about just following the guy, the right guy. I'm not sure what do you mean by that? Like, if what is true? And then like, what is the purpose of, or like, who is the right guy that we're following here? And what's the definition of the right guy? 50 million cash, you can easily manipulate everything in zoos. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to dabble in this stuff too much, because there's always somebody bigger than you out there, right? There's always some giga whale lurking in the fucking waters. And they can come fuck up your day when you're trading this shit. And it's out of nowhere, right? Like, there's no... Like, they put their order and that's it, you're fucked. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, at what point, I'm like... I'm almost convinced that I was getting, like, the exchange was like... like either the exchange itself or some like group of entities that have access to the exchange's like order book was like hunting positions I was doing, because I was trading like some low cap altcoins last year, like last summer, with size, and I was getting stopped out fucking pixel perfectly. Like I just go ding, get my order and go reverse repeatedly, and it only happened trading that shit. Only then, never happened again when I stopped. So I'm fucking convinced there was some fuckery going down there. Convinced. I think in Wales, intentionally pick a random stock and do this every day just to make a quick 1 or 2%. Yeah. What brokerage? It was on BitGet. It was on BitGet. Like it was so noticeable, right? Like right away, the first time it happened, I'm like, that's odd. And then like a day later, it happened again. I'm like, that's fucking odd. Like what? And it happened again. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Fuck that. Like I've had that happen in Bitcoin sometimes, right? Where my order is like literally the top tick or bottom tick when I'm entering. Or like you get stopped out like pretty close to the tick, but like it's few and far between, right? It just takes luck basically. But that was probability of that was not normal. We'll say that. The only thing I don't know is like the more I give it thought, the more I think it was just the fact that it's like low liquidity, and because of that, like the price would be like here, and then like the order book's like air until like or I had like my order, so it just go like ding, because this is the only available order basically, right? Most likely explanation. %1 of 15 million is a good amount of money. When you have a larger account, your moves get noticed quite easily. People probably have TP orders, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know about. Like I think people think of it a bit too simplistically when they think like, oh, this one person put in a large order, and therefore the market's gonna go against them. I don't think it's like as simple as that, right? Brokerages route orders away from the open market and it can result in bad trade executions. Out of payment for order flow. Oh, you mean like between different brokerages? Yeah, like that's why some like that's why sometimes it's better to pay higher fees on your brokerage, right? If you're an active trader at least. Because like if you're using one that gets you bad fills all the time, like the slippage ends up costing you more than it does to just pay the fees to get like consistently good quality fills. After a certain amount of capital, trades don't work. Ross uses a broker that trades on exchange directly. Yeah, I was looking into that when setting up these like low caps. What was it? Cause like, I was looking to have like what's like the optimal setup to trade low caps in terms of like latency. Because when you're trading this on like the 1 minute, for example, just toss it on the 15-second and go look at this. Any kind of somewhat significant lag is the difference between you getting filled on one candle versus the next. So that's why I was looking to see like what is the lowest latency setup possible to trade this stuff. He did an analysis on that specifically. He has a list of bro. Did you watch this guy? Like, do you guys both know this guy? I don't. How do you guys both know so much about this guy? He's a list of brokerages that do direct exchange trades. Well, here he did all the work. Damn, I should just watch this guy's video then apparently. I was sitting here like, doing it all myself. Look. These private placement PRs setting crypto treasuries have been wild though. God. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Oh, I thought he had 3,000 followers, or whatever. I didn't realize he was bigger than that. You guys lied to me. Or are you talking about the live stream? Oh, it's this guy. Yeah, I remember you mentioning this guy. I remember his face. He has the course for sale, right? Not only does this guy just fucking extract liquidity from his viewers, but he sells them a course too, right? How I'm fucking scamming you? For only how much? Thousands of dollars. I swear these people are shameless. Literally no shame. I can't read this guy's description with a straight face. I really can't. He has about 3K watchers. No clue. He gets a lot of views, for sure. These things all have like thousands of views. These are also old though. They're not like new ones. Or he streams somewhere else perhaps. When I first heard his name, the person said he's the most popular trader. It's gotta be bigger ones than him, right? Also like legit, like isn't like what's the Eshoff guy or whatever? Oh no, he's not as big as him. Damn. Interesting. Interesting. That guy might have the biggest. I mean, that's a pretty big following. I don't know if anyone else is that big, right? At least that I know of on YouTube. Yeah, like, I'm trying to think of like who do I even look up to check their following. Scarface. That guy's in Toronto as well, apparently. Scarface trades, and I've never crossed paths with him, but I think he's a guy from Toronto as well. I'm sure I'll cross paths with him at some point. If he is. Never heard of Scarface Trades. He has a video, you can go watch it. He talks about one of them. I think he's in that thing we were talking about earlier, Chart Fanatics. I haven't watched it. I'm not too familiar with this guy. I just know that he's some trader from like our region. I never like really done a deep dive. His following's not that big though, 300k. Like the Umar is double that. I thought it was the Umar was gonna be bigger than the Ross guy. I'm surprised that he's not even like at 1 million. Because that guy was like one of the OGs. I think he was like the pretty popular on YouTube like before like trading blew up in the COVID era, right? Retail trading really got popularized. He was already doing his thing on YouTube back then. Also a pretty insightful guy. Like I learned from that guy's videos like a pretty good amount. Like he got me into like footprint charts and like the footprint bar statistics and whatnot. Plus like even like I don't like trade options, like pretty like somewhat informative videos about like the options. Like trading like in the moment with like the low time frame Greeks. He's not particularly active though. I don't think if he thinks like taking like a step back from YouTube, I rarely ever see him having any new videos. And he made TradeZilla. I don't know if you guys are familiar with TradeZilla, but I'm pretty sure he's like the CEO of that company. Or like some founder. Ross has a seductive, relaxing voice and presents himself well to show business. Every single day he has a market recap, suppose every trade he takes. The thing is, like, when you get to that point, we were talking about this the other day, right? Cause somebody came in here asking about like what's his face, like TJR or something. Yeah, TJR is pretty big. TJR is actually bigger than everybody else you mentioned. He's like the second biggest compared to this Ross guy. But anyways, the whole point of like of these people is that like especially this TJR guy. Like I definitely have heard a lot of rumblings about this guy behind the scenes. But like essentially they have some like large quantity of money, correct, to trade with. But they're not actually good traders, right? So like their P&L curve is like this. It's just like one day they have like some massive trade that they post a video about, and then they just lose it, and then just massive random trade, and then lose it, and they're always like sitting here, they're not doing anything, right? Not gaining money, not like losing it. But their money is like coming from like the following on YouTube, on like Instagram and all the social medias. And I would not be surprised at all if this TGR guy does that based on hearing him speak about trading. Not be surprised at all. If you are a small cap fan, Ross basically gives you a rundown what happened. Yeah, but you can do that yourself, right? You don't need him to do that for you, especially when it's in hindsight. It's like one thing if he's dropping like a pre-market like alpha and then like ends up playing out like consistently. Another thing to say here at the end of the day being like, oh yeah, this ended up pumping for blah 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 reason. Like anyone can do that. And that's what most people do that are selling shit online. Ross 1.8 million. TGR less than 1 million. Yeah, but TGR is bigger than all the other people, like Scarface. He's like more than double Scarface, and he's more than like Umar. I'll call it Umar. I think how you pronounce it. I'm not sure. We'll just stick with Umar. Like, let's just watch one of this guy's videos, right? Just out of curiosity. Now I want to see another one. Just assume the next company that announces 200 million business. I probably wouldn't go that crazy. Like, I wouldn't put much size in it. I would just take the freebie and go. I don't know. I haven't I haven't gone back and looked at these. One second. Like, I haven't gone back and like looked at all the digital asset treasury pumps and seen if there's any kind of like systematic repeatable behavior going on there. Because if I had to guess, like they're probably compressing more and more, right? Like the time wise. Like the first one was like a full day pump, and the second one was like half a day, and then like so on and so forth. Because this one was like literally through what 1 5-minute candle. If I had to suspect something like that's occurring, but I haven't looked at them, so don't take my word for it. That video talks about the brokers. If you posted a link, I don't think it worked. I don't think YouTube lets people post links. I think we've come to find that out as a chat over time. SBET was the start. And the PR to high of day of 3 hours. Full day runner. What about that Solana one? What's it called? Like Ford? How's that doing? Another pretty crazy move, right? Also a weird ticker, right? Like Ford, I thought this was like the car company. It's just F. Yeah, I do see that, yeah. Vape was only a pre-market runner. Yeah, it seems like they lost a while then. It seems like this short one's like an outlier.
Market is about to open. We have the fan sound back because, I mean, it was kind of mixed reviews. Some people said that they liked the fan, some people said that they didn't, but I think the majority of people are at least.
We'll save this for later. I'm curious what information this guy came up with and if it's even viable in Canada, but where should we save this? Put it here.
All right, guys. Market is about to open.
Is it not a shorter one?
All right, guys, I wasn't planning on trading today, but I just took this trade, and the reason why I wasn't even, bro, I wasn't even filming from market open, or I was, but I was filming a YouTube video for you guys. This is a fire ass. I took a super low risk, but this just looked like a little bit too good to not take it. We have these over here. This just looked too good. Anyways, this is one session consolidation, New York manipulation reversal. We have these final over here, final over here, final over here, one session lows, right here. So that would be kind of chopped. So 4 hour. Start by equilibrium. Yeah, let's just see what happens here. But yeah, I was literally filming a daily bias YouTube video for you guys, and of New York manipulation, reversal, lemon consolidation. So, we just didn't have the best. We got to retrace into equilibrium, and then off that retrace into equilibrium, we want to break structure, and then I ended a little bit, or like later than I typically would have, but we broke. Take off, one got hit. Take a trade all day. I literally made take off saying not to trade. Oopsies.
Whatever. No gripes with that. Seems like a reasonable trade. Yeah, I'm curious to watch this other guy's video though. I mean, we'll do that later. Is there like a TLDR to this? Like, what would end up being the best?
And I'll just make this white. All of these brokers here are commission free. So the fastest commission free broker that I timed is TradeZero.
Oh, it's all in tables. Nice. We can just look at the table. I'd imagine this is only available in the USA, given the name TradeZero USA.
Experience is the platform UX, the user experience, the ability to use hotkeys, the ability to see level 2 and everything else. So I'm going to pull up Dash Trader. This is software that I have integrated with my Thinkorswim.
Yeah, okay, we're on the same page then, seems like. I ended up on the same conclusion, like Dash Trader.
Charles Schwab account. My Thinkorswim, Charles Schwab, sends the order functional thing, but
I'll watch the rest of this later. You have to use VPN for some of the non-Canadian brokers. I don't even know if that's even allowed. VPN or not. Don't you have to have like your actual like if I'm using my Canadian passport or like license or ID to create like an account at a brokerage, like ain't no VPN helping me out there. Kind of know. Open an LLC. Hmm. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I have to look into it. What's this big block of text under the video? Is this? I wonder how much this guy makes from like these courses and whatnot, and YouTube, etc. compared to his trading. Where were we? Not sure why, but a lot of these private placement crypto themed PRs happen early in the week, near the end of the month. Hmm. Interesting. I'm not sure, perhaps. There's like some like monthly aspect to like institutions like rebalancing the portfolios kind of thing. So like they announce it like, before the rebalancing. It could be that too. Could be a coincidence. It's the other thing, like it's like it's just a small data set, right? Like pretty hard to say it's statistically significant based on like sample size of 5. something interesting to know, I suppose. Keep track of, see if it continues that way. I think like someone's doing something like this. I forgot who. I'm sure if you like look it up on ChatGPT or YouTube, you'll find it. But essentially, like there's people that are trying to essentially go find a bunch of companies that are like dead on the S&P essentially, or just like in the stock market in general, but they have like a high cash, and just turn them into like digital asset treasuries. And just do it over and over. Like just keep finding these like zombie companies and doing that. The other thing is 8 AM is most common times. Private placement PRs drop. December 29th, 8 AM, we will have the next 7% runner. I don't know if it's as simple as that, but I suppose it's possible. If I just called my shot though, that'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, possibly if it ends up happening, that'd be pretty interesting. Figuring out what the ticker is gonna be. I mean, no point worrying about that. The ticker will reveal itself when it's time. I wouldn't care if I lost $10 on a bet like that. I would. Just to wait $10 that you have to earn back just to be break even. $7x every month, making bank after a year, initial investment $10. I don't know how long that goes on for though, to be honest. I guess the other question would be like, have the gains been getting less and less on these things? Because the first one was pretty ridiculous, right? Wasn't it like 2,000 like plus percent? Interesting comment you made about finding companies, lots of cash, and converting to crypto treasure company. Yeah, I forgot what channel I saw on YouTube, but like they did an interview with people like that was like their that's basically their business model. It's what like their whole plan is. I don't know if it was like on the like Anthony Pompliano channel, perhaps, or maybe it was one of like the Crypto Banter or something. Whatever, it's one of those channels. Five-year highs of S blah blah blah. All under 150. Many of these small caps have 5-year highs. Hmm. But at the end of the day, like it is kind of just like the equivalent of like a rug pull in the traditional stock market. It's basically what they're doing. I don't know what the exact rules are about this, but I'm pretty sure I read I think it was like the BMNR one, right? I don't know. One of these had like some pretty serious like insider extraction occurring after the announcement. People were like crying about it online. I don't remember which it was though. High shares outstanding Toronto was BMNR. Vape. Did the ticker change, or am I just... I'm really trying to get a scan together. Previous day close of these runners. What's the relevance of that though? Like, why do you concern with the previous day close? We're gonna get a boring ass weekend here. I think I'm probably not even gonna be trading. Cause I'm traveling tomorrow night. Or like Sunday early morning, I'm decided. Are any of the alts, are we seeing any kind of volatility in the alts? We're not. Not really. 3% difference. Interesting. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens with Biddy, I suppose. If it does end up coming to take out the lows, there's definitely gonna be some like longs brewing on those alts for sure. But shout. Question is it gonna be in the middle of the night tomorrow or not? Bum. Do you want to create Ross's scanner? Where's his tutorial for it? I'm pretty sure you can make them in PineScript on TradingView, some of them as well. Pretty easy to make yourself too if you know how to like code, as long as you have like a data source for like whatever data you're trying to scan for. Probably do a juice box before I sleep. I'm gonna not much of a juice box though, right? We'll finish this first. I'm trying to find that post. Speaking of scanners, I'm pretty sure I saved it. Or at least I should have. No, I didn't. Fuck. Criteria shares outstanding under 6 million. Well, I don't get why you're doing this though, right? Because like, what if the announcement does not fit this scanner? Then it's just like pointless. Or like the company that like makes the announcement does not fit your specific criteria. You should be scanning for like this news specifically, if anything. I can't find it. Like, this guy like deleted or like what? I'm just like sitting here scrolling through this guy's timeline like endlessly trying to find this one post. Okay, cool. Yeah, so he has a scanner. He made a scanner in TradingView to track the daily, weekly, monthly VWAP, and then the percent that it's currently deviating from each of those. Interesting. So what time is it? Oh my god, it's almost midnight. What the hell? At the end of the day, all of this shit doesn't even matter, right? Don't even need all this. If you're trading like large caps, just trade in math, right? Don't gotta worry about all this garbage. Scanner, this, blah blah blah, that. I don't give a fuck. Oh. My thought on scanners that cast out wide nets. A main scan captures 64% of the big trading movers in the markets. I'm capturing nearly 7% of the big trading movers and miss on 30%. How early are you catching them though? That's like my question. Cause like if that's like a delayed signal, then not particularly useful. I'm gonna get some more grapes. I don't think he's putting all his money in everything in the scam. With Zeus today, I saw that PR within 10 seconds of the drop. I could have taken heavy share size, $3 if I wanted it. I passed on it. The guy in my Discord bought it at 278. The same trading strategy. We're the only two guys on the Discord trading PR news drops. Yeah, I guess definitely like you. Not for everybody. Like my biggest gripe with that style of trading is like the time zones, right? You have to be like paying attention during like not only market hours but also like after market and morning session. Yeah, at some point like you have to have like some kind of life. I mean, trading hours are 6:45 and 9:45 a.m. usually done by 10. Yeah, like, a lot of people are like that. Or like, they trade like the open until like 10:30, 11. The time-consuming thing for me is all the damn research I do. I don't know why I enjoy it so much, but I do. Yeah, but I'm not sure if like this stuff you're doing is like the best use of time, right? 'Cause, like how many of this, like how much of this stuff is giving you like actionable edge? I'm not sure. I mean, if it's working and whatnot, then like great. But time is finite. analyst. Is there even any edge in that? Like, I don't know, man. I'm a believer that people that do like fundamental analysis of companies and whatnot are fucking clueless. At least when it comes to trading these like large cap stocks and whatnot. Because we're all just using math, right? No one gives a fuck about no fundamental garbage. We're just using math on the chart. And what every quant fund is doing. And the other thing is like, let's say you become an analyst. Are you telling me that you're gonna do as equal of a job or better as like the 10,000 analysts that work for Goldman Sachs and like Bank of America and blah blah blah, so on and so forth? They're all doing the same shit. While we're just sitting here with like quant funds, just mathing it up and chilling. And then people that are doing fundamental analysis are like, oh my god, like why is the stock ripping today? Like blah blah blah, news this. Why is it dumping? News that. And we're just laughing because they don't know the math. Can't trade. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that statement is true. Let's look into that. According to this, they do. Interesting. Interesting. This thing mentioned like a specific type of like percentage of volume algorithm I've never heard of before. Interesting, right? See, no dumb question. We just came stumble across something new. Also, you know how I would follow NASCAR on Twitter? What's their name? Like Benjamin Yo, I think it is. But these people are like algorithmically trade low caps, and like there's times when like they have like 30% of the flow of these things. And he's like tweeting about it as they're doing it. It's short underscore cap. The name's Benjamin Yo. Might be something worth checking out because I've seen multiple times where this person or like the fund they represent is like single-handedly squeezing stocks. Any investor, including Goldman Sachs, must file a Schedule 13D or 13G security exchange when a car has been official. Yeah, but what if they're buying less than 5%? less than 5% is not worth Goldman's time. That's not true. Like they like trade on behalf of their clients, right? If they want them to like dabble in the low caps, they'll do it. Plus, it's the same as if like what would be a good example of this? Like if the risk reward is like incredibly outsized, like if you're wrong you lose your set risk, but if you're right it's just like, you know, 15-20 R type trade. Still worth putting on those trades even if you're not doing with like some crazy amount of capital. It adds up over time, right? If you're consistently doing it all the time non-stop, it's like free money. You have to pay analyst and company expenses. I'm not sure about that. Like you realize Goldman is not just some huge monolithic entity that's like doing trades of its own like will. Like a lot of times they're just putting on trades that their clients are telling them to put on. They're just like executing the trade. Or like their wealth managers doing it. If they see a stock they like, they'll definitely buy more than 5% of it, and it'll be public news. Yeah, like they all have to like disclose those kind of things eventually. But like, what is your like? I don't. What is like the point of saying all this? Because like my point is that like, like you're not competing with these people as an analyst, right? Just sitting at home, you're not competing with Goldman Sachs. So like, and like, what Goldman Sachs is doing is what every other like massive investment firm is doing. Which is why I'm saying like there's really not that huge amount of edge to be derived from just doing fundamental analysis. At least from what I'm aware, from what I've seen, maybe that's wrong. Because everyone knows everything, right? Everyone knows everything. Like, what kind of insight can you get into the company's financials that some other firm isn't getting as well? Assuming that everyone that works there is like a competent professional. When you come up with financial analysts and analyze companies that large investment firms ignore. I think that the real edge comes in like global macroeconomics, right? People that know how to take data from all around the world and put together a picture of the most likely outcome and then act on that. From what I've seen, that's like what really differentiates like the higher ranked players from the non-high ranked players, at least in that world. Giving an example from Mark Meldrum. Who's that? Mark. Oh, is this the guy that you told me to look at the other day? He analyzes REITs. Loves analysis private, but I piece together some tidbits of knowledge from his edge. He's looking at a large list of REITs. Where'd my thing go? What the hell? When the FOMC lowers interest rates, some REITs will benefit from the lower cost of capital. Yeah, but like everyone knows that though. Like, that's why like the Russell was pumping. It's not something secret. Like in the sense that like there are clearly things that benefit from lower rates. Let's read the rest of this first before we continue. However, not all REITs are structured the same, so by analyzing the financial records, you can find companies that are greatly undervalued. I'll take off. Have a good night, guys. Yeah, we're gonna get off somewhat soon too. I mean, probably finish out this conversation just for the sake of nerding out. Curiosity, we'll do a deep dive into this stuff. Then do a juice box and go to bed. Long week. Lots of late nights, early mornings. On top of like intense workouts. I'm exhausted. I was making dinner earlier. I literally fell asleep waiting for my food to cook. I lay down on the couch for a second and I was out. Out like a light. Hope you have a good night as well though. Not sure. I'd have to look into this more, but like here's the thing, like if you know this information, then everyone knows it, right? So like, is that huge edge? I don't know. You would think that some of them are still undiscovered edges. This thing is dying. Fuck. I thought, why is it so hot too, man? Something. I need to take this thing to the Apple Store. Actually, I probably should do this while I'm in Toronto. Cause I'm like almost convinced there's something wrong with this MacBook. I don't know how he does it, but he invests all time in investigations. It's his job. The best analysts leave the big firms to do it themselves. I'm not sure. I don't really know any all the analysts I know are people that I've like met through dating and whatnot. And I was sneaking suspicion none of them are the best at their job. So not much to take away from that. Thing is, I don't know like what would the question be for this? Oh, but they don't when you say they leave their big firms to it themselves, like, you don't mean by themselves like quite literally. Like, you mean like they open their own? Can you share your average yearly gain? We'll say it's irrelevant. How about that? Not a particularly relevant metric. You can start a hedge fund once you establish reputation. Yeah, that's what it's I'm reading about here. Which like that makes sense, right? That definitely makes sense. I got a lot of upside to like leaving working at just some like large institution. Although my question would be like, how do they compensate for the lack of like data? Because like that's like the big thing about a lot of institutions is that they've been around for so long and they've been tracking like data for so long and proprietary data that you can't get anywhere else. So passing up on that can, depending on what kind of trader you are, can be a pretty big deal. Show you how Mark Meldrum forged his path. Not everyone sees all the edges in big picture. Yeah, it's definitely true. It's definitely true. But so the other thing is like a lot of these, like they work synergistically. Like for instance, like, I don't know if you know like that Raoul Pal guy. But like they essentially run research like a research shop, right? Like they constantly release like their own proprietary research, and the institutions like pay them to get their research, and not only just them, but like other research firms, right? So they kind of like bring together all the data from everybody else, and then kind of make their decisions based on that, plus their own ideas. Credit card purchases data. Yeah, I've seen that. Well, also like survey data, but companies that like conduct like, that's how you search like a crazy mm, like a service to offer, like being able to survey people en masse, having like the build out to be able to provide that for people, where they just come to you and say like, hey, I need you to just survey 100,000 people of this demographic, whatever, on this, and you can just do it. Incredibly useful. Curious how much they make, right? They must make a shit ton. Because that data can be worth its weight in gold. Like I said, a lot of tickers, many of them are ignored 100%. I don't know if that's... Because here's the thing, like there are a lot of tickers, but compared to how many people trade, there aren't, right? Like the New York Stock Exchange is 2,000. Nasdaq has 4,000. The US alone has 160 million brokerage accounts. Hundred and 16 brokerage accounts is less than one per person. Yeah, but it's a lot more than these 6,000 combined tickers. Like, like let's just suppose that number is 116 million. Quite highly probable that there's multiple eyes on each ticker. Whatever, at the end of the day, like not everyone knows what they're doing, etc., etc., so I'm sure there is some edge. 0 analysts published from any of the big firms. Those are the ones you want to target. I've seen internal notes from one of the big firms. They do not analyze all the stocks, they skip small ones. Most people are crowd followers. Mm. Yeah, but like obviously we have to exclude those people, right? They're not actually like trading. We're talking about like actual traders. Because for most people, like that is the best thing to do, is just toss your money in like an S&P and just fuck off. Don't worry about it. Don't look at it. You know, I always find that funny when people come to talk to me about trading, like in real life, and they act like it's just like some fucking like random like hobby that you should do for like random, you know, like oh you should like spend like a day or two a month learning and you're good to go. Comedians. This is most of that 116 million. Yeah, yeah, agreed. How many people can afford to quit working and just sit day after day analyzing random stocks that may never show an edge? Not sure what you mean by that. It take a whole year before you find an undervalued stock. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'd say the competition may not be as high as one expects. Yeah, I suppose I could see that. But at the end of the day, I still have like I still come down to like the same. Like positioning and sentiment is so much more important than fundamental, especially when you're trading in like the shorter time frames. Like yeah, if your thing company's undervalued and you're looking like a quarter out or like half a year out, then like okay, sure. But if you're trying to like trade the smaller time frames based on that kind of stuff, you're gonna have a pretty hard time because it's pretty irrelevant, right? Like, the positioning is way more important. Especially in the case where what you're describing is like these like alleged low caps. It's like prime for manipulation. Stuff won't work for the short time frame. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd agree in that case. The thing is, I've never really done that myself. I've never like I'm not. I'm not the person to be asking about fundamental analysis, right? Like yeah, like I know about it and I've like spent time learning about it, but I'm not like a. I wouldn't call myself an expert by any means. I think that would be like an incorrect statement to make. These are long-term trades like the Big Short. Multiple years the ratings agencies gave up. Yeah, but that's also like pretty quite the outlier. I don't know if we can take obviously there's things to take away from that, but can't be expecting that. Actually, I have that book somewhere. I think it's in my other room. Interesting book. I want to read the other one. Like, I think that the same author that wrote that or like that wrote that book wrote one about dark pools. I've never read it. The Big Short author. Yeah, I think it's called Flash Boys. The book is called. Actually, it's a good point. How many people discovered the housing bubble before it popped? Everyone in the industry thought the housing market could not collapse. I don't know about everybody. I think some people were like knew what was going on. Yeah, that movie is pretty funny. Like the Quant, the Asian Quant. Interesting. Uncle Burry made the banks create a credit default swap for him with the mortgage bonds. He got incredibly good premium term because he was so early and the banks thought they were making free money. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think you're right. I think based on this, doesn't seem like like, it's not that people didn't know about it, but like these large entities were like too embroiled in it, right? Like they were yeah, I mean that's the best way to phrase it. Oh shit. Okay, once. Hold on, let's just do a deep dive into this for a second. They're bonded by their profits are making it at other end. They want to believe the bad news. Yeah, it seems to be correct. Yeah, so this is what it was. It's like they were like a lot of them were like had on their balance sheets a shit ton of like mortgage based assets. And if they were to like position against that, it's essentially like it's like the equivalent of like the Fed cutting rates, right? Like aggressively cutting rates out of nowhere. It's like a signal of like, oh shit, like something's fucked right now. And in this case, like if they were to do that, like it would harm themselves. But also, what you're saying is like true. It's like a mix of everything, right? At the end of the day, that's what causes some kind of event of this. It's not just like one factor. It's like a little bit here, a little bit there. It just turns to the perfect storm. Selling those mortgage-backed securities made them a lot of money. Yeah, yeah, it did. The Lehman Brothers were leveraged 30 to 1 on these products. God damn. God damn. Interesting. According to this, a lot of like employees knew, and they were like trying to like warn the higher ups in their company, and they were just like telling them to go fuck themselves, basically. Wish I had time to sit and find edges. Mark Meldrum offers a free CFA course from 2018. Interesting. I'm gonna write that down out of curiosity. At the end of the day, though, like I think it's just a way easier route to just kind of trade the math of these large caps. Cause you don't have to waste time doing all this shit, right? Like all this like researching, like scanning this, blah 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 that. Essentially, you're just dumping time in something that's not really necessary. That's the way I see it. Like the higher the market cap, the higher daily traded volume it is, like the more likely it is to follow like statistical principles. That's why so many people just trade like for instance, right? Like my primary trades are always like Bitcoin. Like, yeah, I trade other stuff, but in terms of like day trading and scalping, it's like always this. But like a ton of people are like that, right? Or they're just trading this only Nasdaq or only S&P or like only Tesla or only Nvidia or like that's it, right? Like the Magnificent Seven, or like semiconductors or things like that, or like gold, extremely high leverage gold trading to capture some more volatility. Margin Call is another great movie. Yeah, I've never seen it, but I have heard people mention that. Okay, we're gonna do a quick juice box. I'm about to go chat on the phone for a bit before bed. And it's already getting late, and they're waiting for me, so should probably wrap this up pretty quick. What would you do if a Bitcoin whale wanted to liquidate its position? What do you mean? What can I do? Nothing. It happened recently. Like they didn't liquidate their full position, but one of them, like, where was it? I think it was this weekend, right? Where some like whale just dumped a clip and put it all into ETH. I'm gonna go charge my laptop. Shit.
moving well. I just slide, they up late, I'm ready filled. They post pain, I post chill. V-way pole, I saw early. They call moon, I call birdie. Shot that fade, no assist. Snipe that top, I don't miss. One candle print, I knew that game. You saw pump, I saw flame. You want magic, I want mad. You want vibes, I want pad. Marked up, tag that line. You got loud, I got mine. Price came back, I press fine. TP hit, I'm right on time. Marked up, plan too clean. No motion in between. Caught with, caught still, caught lost, caught fill. No stress, no panic, just prep and pop. No credit, so no panic.
Dumps millions of BTC on the exchange. I don't think there's anybody that has that much Bitcoin, right? I think the biggest entities are like MicroStrategy. And they have like what, 600,000? And like obviously like Satoshi's wallet, that's like a million. You're smart, you look at his position slowly over time, but the coin went up a bit. People come to invest, they sell a little bit more. That is what they do. What do you think this is? Like unloading the clip repeatedly. Everyone's doing that. Everyone's doing that. You have to do that. They don't have a choice. If they sell it all at once and like what you're describing is like the effect, right? Like that guy that like one clip like that, like literally the price is nuked like a ton that day. I think like single-handedly dropped the price by like $2,000-3,000. Pretty sure it was this candle right here, right? If I recall correctly. Yeah. Like in a 10-minute time span, the price dropped to $4,000. The volume of that candle pretty high. $700 on this contract though. Thing is like a lot of like algorithms are executing based on what that guy did. So you'd have to go check the Hyperliquid volume because he did on Hyperliquid. BTC scares you? Why is that? What about Bitcoin? It scares you. Boom, 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 boom. It's risky, right? It's risky. At the end of the day, it is like risky. Incredibly speculative. Someone with millions of micro wallets. I don't think anybody has that much Bitcoin, right? I don't think. I don't think. You can't know. I mean, sure, it's possible, but like, what you're describing is self-destructive behavior, right? If somebody has that much Bitcoin, then that means they literally have billions and billions and billions of fucking dollars. do they just want to wreck themselves and lose all of that just for the sake of selling it all in one shot? Probably not. What is the pro of that? you get nothing. There's no. It's like a net negative. There's nothing positive out of it. Why not? Because they're not gonna get like they're not gonna get the USD and get out. If they sell all of it, and like think about it, like there's only. Let's just go look at the spot order book right now and see how much Bitcoin is currently in the order book. Because keep in mind, this guy sold 4,000 Bitcoin or something like that, and the price nuked $4,000. What do you think is gonna happen when someone sells 1,000,000? The thing's gonna look. But they're gonna take out the entire order book, single-handedly. So like they're not selling each Bitcoin for like 100 and whatever we're at right now. What's the price right now? 115,000. But by the time they're done selling the Bitcoin, it's gonna be like the price is gonna be like way lower. Way lower. Okay, I heard this up. Right now in the order book, I'm looking at what? From 94,000, we have. Just do the math. Let's get the calculator out and ready. You liquidate the entire order book. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we'll be quick. We'll be quick about this. This may not be the best of juice boxes, but like I'm kind of keeping this person waiting. I feel bad because they've been waiting already. So, I've been looking at the data. Obviously, we've been sitting here yapping for a while. So obviously, you have to check things yourself. But it'll probably be if we start to do this right at the yellow line, or if you want to get on the lower time frame VWAP flip. Just be careful because like there's like obviously these poor highs to clean. So there's a world where we just like ding, and then just kind of head lower, like a bear flag kind of thing for finishing the move down. So yeah, stop loss break even immediately, etc. So kind of say a failed auction forms at 115.82, flipping the daily VWAP. What's worse, yesterday's VWAP? Still a ways to go. Interesting. Whatever, anyways, we were talking about this earlier today in the stream when we were talking about like how this was like the potential short scalp when what's his name asked? Oh, the guy's name, it was someone new. Ka asked. We were talking about how like this is probably like the short that they And we were talking about like the reasons why this level was like pretty interesting. So whether it's like this forms, or you get on the VWAP flip, or you wait for something like this, all those are kind of like viable. I should basically do it, right? Other than that, like the longs from down here we talked about yesterday, nothing has changed in that regard. It's a higher time frame, longs below haven't changed. So we'll leave out the word below. And yeah, like if you want to look at one from above on the high, like let's say you like miss this kind of stuff, you can get in like the retest of like this zone or up here, end up like flipping this golden pocket, like this region. Boom, 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 boom. And for the shorts, hard to say. Would probably be the cleaning of this high, right? Like if we do end up doing like this kind of bear flag thing, we'd probably be trying to get filled like on this like golden pocket bearish retest. Thing is, I'm not sure how this data is looking, and I'm not sure how much squeeze potential is here. So check that yourself. Kind of take a look at the open interest. So we'll just say the bearish retest of 116 basically. So let me scroll this chat back down. I guess that's the trigger. At what point does liquidating the order book outweigh the cost of waiting for someone else to do it? It's a game of chicken. Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna be around tomorrow, but we would definitely touch on it later. Like yeah, I'm in a rush, right? So I feel a little bad. I don't mean to cut you off or anything like that. And from below, it'd probably be like whatever. Keep these in mind as well. I think we just talked about that, right? In terms of the long. Like this region's like looking pretty juicy. Also like this region up here for the short. Really all these, right? We kind of do the same thing we did yesterday, like all these circled regions. Thing is, I don't know if we're gonna get any of this, right? Take the weekend, low volatility, low volume. But if we do, we should be mindful of all these. Also, be a little suspicious of these higher ones, because like if we do start to come back up here and these people have not closed out on the shorts that we were talking about yesterday, then like the squeeze is like back on, right? Squeeze potential. And probably like to the downside, like the best scalp opportunity you're gonna get. Probably just losing this in the lower time frame. And they trying to get in before the sweep. Or the ones we talked about yesterday, like retesting like the lower levels. Which kind of say like a bearish retest of like the local golden pocket, like this small one from year to year. Plus like the POC, plus what other levels are there. I think there's like a bunch of other levels of interest around EXO, right? If I recall. Yeah, like the weekly opens right there, right? So we're basically back at the weekly open. And then like the previous week value area highs down here too. So a lot of levels of interest people are going to be watching there. Anyways, that should do it. Not the best of juice boxes, but like whatever. I'm in a rush, so sucks to suck for you guys, right? Motherfuckers want all on your own. Now we go in a bit more in depth than that, less rush than that. We'll delete that for now. Delete this. Do a quick chat shout out. We're out here. Oh, the chat didn't even. Oh, it's too long. You guys talked too much today. But shout out to Dev. Shout out to Harris. Shout out to Ka. New face. Did we miss anyone else? Oh, shout out to NASCAR too, right? Shout out to NASCAR. Shout out to me, right? I posted in the chat too. I don't know if we had somebody earlier than that or not. Maybe we did. Maybe we missed them. Unfortunate if we did. But anyways, I'm out here. In terms of streaming tomorrow, it might be a daytime stream. I'm not certain yet. Like, I might stream before I go to the gym, so I have like, my evening free, like, last night in town. Or I might just not stream at all, right? If nothing's kind of going on and we're just sitting here just doing nothing, like, kind of like similar to like the other weekends. Might just say screw it. Just enjoy the weekend off, decompress a bit, especially because it's quite the week. But we'll see. We'll play it by ear. I'll post in the Discord and kind of go from there. Yeah. Other than that, I think we're calling it a night. I'm gonna go chill for a bit, enjoy myself, have a nice yap session on the phone. Shout out to Marco's Trades. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, I'm out here. Hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. We'll be in touch again soon. Good night to you as well. Later. Later.